Hola, me llamo Mateo de la Gran Arcade. ¿Dónde está el baño en la biblioteca? Yeah, that's all the Spanish I know. That and yo quiero Taco Bell. But greetings, y'all. It's Matt from the Green Arcade. Good morning. We're back playing the Farming Simulator 22, and we're bailing. Okay, again, forever, for all eternity. It seems that way, but we're back. Let's bring Phil in. Phil's here. Morning, Phil.
Morning.
Bailing for all eternity. That's how it feels. What we're trying to do, this bail challenge, we're up to, what did I say, 47.6? We're probably getting close to 48. But we're bailing. So I've been looking over the map. Yeah, English only, right? I say that all the time. And then I go and do that. So I've been looking over the map here. And go over here where we can see the crop types. There we go. They put 31 in corn, which I'm kind of like, ooh, because I like corn. There's a tree line in here that we can take out, and then if we buy 18 too, there's a tree line there. So if we bought 31 and 18, we already own 32, we could make that a nice size field. We could expand that, make it 3 times bigger. But there's also field 89 that we bought, that has all the weed in it. There's also this field right here, and it's field 36. It's got oats in it. We could get that, and technically, you see there's this line that separates these fields. I think it matches this line. We could turn this and make this connected all together with grass. So, and then we bought 96 yesterday, late yesterday. So, confusing you with the Spanish. No, we're trying to watch and kind of keep an eye on our bales. I'm up to 800, Phil.
I'm up to 600.
600. Okay, so we're still good there. Also pulled the trigger on the rake. I did buy the rake back, and I think so far, I'm trying to keep an eye on him here. It looks like he's going in the right direction. He's going from west to east, so that's the way I want him to go. I'll probably have to go back and do the in-rows because he's kind of making a mess on the in-rows, but I can do the in-rows manually. That's not a big deal. And it could be because if we don't row it up, if we just lay it out flat, I think it'll do a better job of not messing up the windrows or the in-rows. Because when he raises his rakes, those rows that are, they kind of stick up. If you look in front of the tractor here, these rows do stick up. So when he lifts his rake, the bottom side of the rake that's still spinning is hitting that, then it's knocking it and just throwing it. So if we don't row them up when we mow, I think it'll do a better job of not doing that. So, but he's turning basically 2 rows into 1, so that should cut down on, how many rows, I guess, of bales we'll have. So it won't be like this. It'll be cut in half, so it'll be like this row. There won't be this row to the right here, and then it'll be the next row, and there'll be more bales on the row. So be able to go down those rows and pick up the bales and probably just make a pass, like down, maybe just down on some of these fields, because some of these fields are getting kind of big. Maybe just down on some of them, and then some of them it'll be down and back up, and you'll have a full trailer. So that'll be nice. Hey, there's old man. Good morning, old man.
Good morning, old man. I took over your job.
Yeah, Phil's over there bailing with your Kubota. I told Phil that you were looking forward to doing potatoes next Saturday down in field 97 down here with the in-game equipment. So he's going to tune in for that and watch you do potatoes.
Yep, I am. You have fun with that, old man.
He said he'd have to grow his beard just so he can wash it. I was like, man, that's going to take a minute. He's going to be gone for a while. I need to turn. And I'm taking a drink of water, and I need to turn. Speed things up a little bit here with a quick turn. There we go. These rows are getting shorter here. It's cold here. I think last night, though, was the last night it was supposed to get to below freezing. Yeah, see, it's supposed to be close. It's supposed to be like almost 70 tomorrow and Tuesday. And then it starts to cool back down again. And then we stay like low 60s, maybe mid upper 50s for highs. So I'm hoping it's going to finish melting off all that stuff out there today. Because I'm off tomorrow and I need to be super productive tomorrow. I'm going to be hurting at the end of the day tomorrow if I get done what all I need to get done. Which I'm hoping to. Oh, you're homesick, old man. His temperature's 102, not good. I knew he said he thought he had like the flu yesterday. Yeah, so old man's homesick. Eat you some chicken noodle soup and take a hot shower and get plenty of sleep. It's the 3 S's for me when I get sick. Soup, shower, sleep. Ain't nothing like a bowl of hot chicken noodle soup and a hot shower and sleep. But yeah, we hope you feel better. Definitely. And if you do, we'll let you come in and do potatoes. Now, if you do feel better, we may give you a third baler and let you come bale. But no, seriously, get better, feel better. I was sick New Year's Eve. I don't get sick often, but man, I was sick. I was so sick that I had to call in that Friday. And I didn't ask off. I just straight up told him, like, look, I'm not going to be there. It ain't happening. I need to move that roller guy. I think I've got enough time, though. That rake is still over there. I hope he's moving this way. I think he is. I probably should go check on him. Let me go check on him. Oh yeah, he looks like he's doing a pretty good job. So again, he's making 2 rows into 1. So that'll make it a lot better to come down and pick these bales up when we get them baled. I will have to slow the baler down, but oh. Somebody's out there hunting. Somewhere not far away. Here, when you hear pew 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 pew, somebody's duck hunting somewhere. Here we go. Get these done real quick, and then I'll go down and start on those big rows. And then we got finished planting that. We got this all seeded in grass. Still got the cedars out there. I need to bring them in, and that should grow. It's growing and looks like it's fully fertilized, so good to go there. Guess I need to roll that field. We never did roll that one, so everything else is ready to go. Just gotta wait on it to grow. So, and then we mowed everything, so everything we won't have to do another mowing in May. I'm trying to think, when will the next one be? Probably June or July. But we got soybeans to sell, so we're gonna try to get to the soybeans. We'll probably do that once we reach, and we'll get to it quick here. Once we reach, get up to about 2,000 something bales. We'll get there pretty quick. And if we can make it there, we'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, Gnadenthal. 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 I always say it wrong. What is that? Is that French? Phil?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Gnadenthal? I don't know. What's the etymology of Gnadenthal? What's the etymology of Saskatchewan? I bet it's Indian. Sounds Indian. Chumani Tutanka Owachi, Saskatchewan. Yep, I got to go to the grocery store. Need to get some Super Bowl supplies. Chips, mainly drinks, but chips. And food. What is a good map for a console? It depends on what type of map you're looking for. Do you want just a farming map? Do you want a logging map? Do you want a European map? Do you want an American map? Do you want a South American map? Do you want a flat map? Do you want a hilly map? It depends on what you're looking for. What's your preference? Let me move this guy over here. And there's Traxy. Look, you're too late. I ate all the bacon. What kind of map are you looking for, JP? See? Farming or American? I recommend Griffin, Indiana. I recommend Iowa Plains View. I recommend Prairie Farms by Michigan Farming. Michigan Farms. Frankenmuth. All fantastic maps. Great American maps. I don't know. I can't remember if Farmville... was it Farmville, North Carolina? I can't remember if that ever came to console or not. It was a standard map. I think it released for PC. I'm trying to remember if it ever came to console. I can't remember. Just go in the mod hub and go under the map category. And you go into downloadable content when you launch the game. And that's called the mod hub. Go in there and go under maps. And you'll find all those maps that I'm talking about. Griffin, Indiana, Iowa Plains View, anything from Michigan Farming. So Frankenmuth, Michigan Farms, Prairie Farms. Prairie Farms was actually just released. All of these had updates. And Prairie Farms has the largest fields. I will say has the most farmable acreage that you can farm. Okay, let's get this lined up here. Like I said, I'm probably going to have to slow this down. Let's see how full I get going 6. I bet I'm going to have to go probably around 3. Yep, I'm filling up quick. I'm going to have to slow this down. I'm going to put it on, let's try lower 4. See how that does. Alright, full secondary. Primary's filling up. Yeah, now I'm going to have to go 3. Lower 3. But we'll have more bales per pass, so that's great. Let me try upper 3. See how that does. Alright, secondary empty. Moving into secondary. Secondary full. Putting into primary. Secondary should empty. Now. I heard the beeper, but it didn't skip. Oh yeah, it did skip a little bit. I'm going to have to do lower 3. That's okay. I can do lower 3, it's fine. You go slower, but you're spitting out more bales per pass. Yep, lower 3 it is. Because see now, you can see the one that filled up. Now it's 100%. Now I'm filling up the primary. By the time that bale ejects, that should get close to 80 or 90% when this one empties. Yep, there we go, 81 when it emptied. So there you go, it's moving over to the secondary chamber. Perfect, this will work. They're thicker rows, so they're a little taller, a little bigger. But again, you can tell the difference just looking at how many bales it's put out in a single row now versus what we were doing just a minute ago. Well, I really dropped a lot of those on the highway back there. It's a lot of grass. And you can see how tall it is. It's a lot of grass for the baler to take in. More bales per pass. Plus, you know what this means, Phil?
What?
I'll be able to snack more.
Yeah?
Because my tractor, I've got the GPS on, and it's going to take longer to get down there. Especially on this.
It took longer.
Oh, yeah, it already took a little while. But now I'll be able to, like, snack more, and this will be better for when I'm not streaming, I guess. Because then I can just set it and forget it, pretty much. But he's still rolling. I think we'll do this. I think this will work. We can do the turn off. We'll lift the belts. I could even take the belts off if I wanted to, but I'll just leave them on there. I'll lift the belts on the mowers next time, and then
Read it.
Yeah, rake it up. But look at how many's dropping behind me. In a single row. Way more. I'll say on this field we'll probably be able to drive straight down it, and then we'll be full.
Very close.
Mm-hmm. Awesome sauce. So yeah, let me know which map you choose there, JPC. Tractor. There's a lot of good maps for the console people. Griffin, Indiana's a great one. Iowa Plainsview. There's even a one called, what was that one? Ohio Richlands, I think it was. It's still on the Mod Hub. I saw it this morning. And while you can't buy all the land, it is a fantastically detailed American map. I think it's called Ohio Richlands. Or Richlands, Ohio, maybe. Wasn't released too long ago. Because it's going to take a minute. It looks like one of the rows, though, over there. Like, counting this row, 1, 2, 3, 4 rows over, it looks like that might be a standard row. Because it's not as tall. I bet the rake probably skipped over that one maybe a little bit.
Possibly. That's why if you don't do rows, it'd be a lot better.
Yeah. Don't row it up with the mower.
Yeah, because I think every so often it's gonna be off by a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll drop it down loose next time. And then it won't toss the end rows up either. Ew. Oh yeah, I could get more pizza rolls too. I told old man yesterday I'm gonna have to start making a grocery list. Because normally I just run in there, get what I need, and come out. Or I'll go in there after something, and either they won't have it, or I'll forget what I'm going in for, and then I'll come back out with something different. So I'm going to make a grocery list. I don't normally do that, but... Grocery. How do you spell grocery? Grocery. Well, I did it wrong. First I need to make a new note. And then type it. Orange soda. I'm putting that at the top. I think there's like an orange soda shortage. Or something. Because they haven't had any orange sodas in there. So orange soda. Pizza rolls. Oh, what kind of chips do I need? Garden salsa. I haven't found the queso Frito twists yet. I did find the barbecue Doritos. They're pretty good. See, I have Funyuns. You know what? I might just go ahead and get some more Gatorade while I'm there. Gatorade. I'm waiting for somebody in chat to type it. The response. If you know, you know. Gatorade. Good morning. Yeah, we're making bells again. There you go. H2O. Gatorade. Let's see. There was something else I was going to get. I said it yesterday on stream. Do y'all remember? Something I had to go to the grocery store for. I can't remember now. I should have made the list yesterday. Orange soda, Gatorade, garden salsa chips, pizza rolls. Oh, the cash trickling down. I've got a worker over there. See the guy off there in the distance? The red and yellow kind of? He's going to disappear in a second because of the loading distance. He's raking this grass up. So I hired him out to rake the grass up. If you hire a worker, it comes out of your account. They make way more than minimum wage. That's what I want to do, when I grow up. I want to be a hired worker on Farm Sim because they make a killing. So yeah, that's the hired worker. Actually, you can still see him kind of off there in the distance. There he goes. Now he's disappearing. He's getting into that. What they need to do is they need to, and I think they said they tried this before, making it like a blurry haze or something where you can't, maybe you're like you're nearsighted. Does the Colossal Harvester do potatoes and sugar beets? Ooh, that might be a game changer. We could do potatoes with the Colossal Harvester, couldn't we?
Who?
Did you ever see that, Phil, the Colossal Harvester that came out?
Is it the lizard one?
It's the big black one. It's the one that holds like a ridiculous amount. I knew
there's
it.
a lizard one that you can make some weird colors.
I wonder if that's it. Is it a lizard brand? It's called the Colossal Harvester. It may be a lizard brand though.
I think, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, it does. Yeah, they updated it like maybe last month or the month before, and it has its own head, I think.
Big Papa says it does potatoes and sugar beets.
Yeah, that was an update they did last couple months ago.
We may have to get that for potatoes and sugar beets. I know I was trying to keep things realistic, but that would be nice. We could knock them out really quick. We'd have to put the multi-fruit silos in to probably hold them, but unless we dump them on the ground.
You almost done your pass there, Matt?
I'm getting there. I see the road down here now. But look at how many bales, Phil. Look.
I see.
You can't even see them all. They're like way off there. I gotta watch my number now because I'm really spitting out the bales. I'm almost at 900.
Ooh. 700.
Oh, Big Papa says they have a combine and one that looks like a beet harvester. I might have to go look for that. You know what? Let me go look on my phone here. I'll get back to my grocery list. Oh, I just pulled up my browser because I'm going to go to the mod hub, and I was looking up Traxie because Traxie is called a torty cat, and apparently torty cats have something called tortitudes. It's a specific attitude that torty cats have. So tortitude is defined as the cat is often affectionately applied to a cat with a torty shell or calico coat that also happens to have a bit more catitude. So Traxie is a very chill cat because she is a torty cat. She's a bit more challenging, strong-willed, and can kind of be talkative and attitude, which she is, but she's very possessive of their humans. So she's very chill, and she's very that's why she follows me to every room, I guess, because she's very possessive of me. Other cats, it defines other cats too. Like orange cats can be 50-50. They're kind of like bipolar, so they could be like really big jerks, or they could be really affectionate cats. Black cats are like instinctive for survival, so they'll do anything and just to survive. The black and white cats are kind of possessive too, but they bring you and I think they call them tuxedo cats. They'll bring you like stuff, like mice and stuff like that, and so will the short-haired oh god, what do they call them? I forget what the name of the tabby cats. They'll bring you gifts.
Yeah, they do.
Traxie doesn't bring me gifts, and I'm very thankful for that. I don't want her bringing me stuff. She's very chill though. She'll hang out with me. She's over here laying next to me right now. She can be talkative and have an attitude, but she has to be with me at all times. You can do that on Sunday when I'm at work. Oh man, we're talking about a new harvester though. That would make it not so bad. I'm going to look it up right now.
Old man, Sunday is baling day. Saturday is every other thing.
Hmm. How do you spell colossal? C-O-L. Is that how you spell it? Let me just say it. Colossal. Hey, you spelled it right, Big Papa. Oh, it didn't find anything. I swear that was called the Colossal Harvester. Maybe I just need to look under categories. That would probably be under harvesters. I'm gonna have to go through a few to get to it, I think. There it is. Oh, it's called the Colossus. It's like the Colossus of Clout. The Great Bambino. So what is that, a Kloss? Looks like a Kloss. Oh yeah, there's a picture of the sugar beet one. Wow, there's a lot of stuff that comes with this pack. So there's the, I guess like the grain harvester that has a capacity of 15,000 to 153,300 liters. There's a 45-foot header. There's a 29.5-foot header. There's a corn header. Okay, there's the Colossus root harvester that has a capacity of 43,000 to 253,000. It's got a sugar beet header and a potato header that comes with it. You can make them in really any color you want. And apparently, okay, here, yeah, there's some, looks like there's been a couple updates to it. So they added a corn header and a corn header trailer. I guess another one maybe. Or maybe they fixed it. There's a draper, Titan draper now. Additional colors. Additional wheel configurations, reconfigured capacities, 2 realistic and 2 unrealistic. So there's 4 capacities I guess you can choose from. And then the second update was the Colossus root harvester, root headers, and root trailer. So they added the... It didn't initially have that. Initially, yeah. I think it was just the one harvester.
Yeah, because that was the big thing for console players, that they could have a big harvester.
Mm-hmm. We need that. We should get that.
Alright.
Then we could do those potatoes down there.
Alright. I say do it on Saturday.
Oh man, what do you say? We do it on Saturday, potatoes? Is it a little less dense? I don't think so, is it? You know what? It is a little less dense. Let me click. I'm going to kick it up into higher 3. Why not? Life's too short to live in the slow lane all the time. Nope. Nope. It's skipping. I gotta go back down to lower 3. I think that one over there, not the next row, but the one after that, we can go a little faster on because it looks a little smaller.
Well, I'm in him right now, and he is missing like half a row.
Yeah, I think that's what he did over here.
So you'll be able to probably go max speed in the real small one.
Yeah, see, I gotta... It shouldn't miss after this. He's got to get back down to where he can catch back up again here. Yeah, if we don't row it with the mowers, we won't have that problem.
Yeah.
Looks like I do need to get over a little bit, though. He kind of got a little shaky on this row for some reason. Yeah, I see what you mean, though. He's filling up, like he's ejecting that one at 40% now. There's a secondary chamber full. Ejecting. Yeah, he kicked it out at 40. It's a very fine line. See, I kicked it up into upper 3, and then it was too much. Let's see how it goes. I'm in upper 3 again. Yeah, that time he got it out at 80. But he did miss back there a little bit when I went into upper 3. Yeah, see, he got full there. I'm going to have to leave it in lower 3. Yeah, it's okay. We're still, I mean, we're doing really well. We got way more bales per row here. But he got a little shaky on this one. I guess he, I don't know, maybe one of his wheels might have been hitting the row. Because, you know, these rows, they are collidable. You can, when you drive across them, you do bounce. So, one of his wheels on the rake might have been hitting one and kind of knocking it about. Well, I don't really need any like main course stuff because I'm probably going to be eating pizza. I'm probably going to go get some pizza. Just trying to think if I could get anything else. Could go get like a couple pounds of barbecue. Some pulled pork, make me some barbecue sandwiches. Ooh, some barbecue nachos. That would be good. Old man didn't reply about harvesting potatoes next weekend.
I take that as a yes. That's how I read it.
Yeah. Sounds like a yes to me. We'll have the Colossus harvester, old man. With an extended grain bin. Well, it's not a grain bin. With extended bin capacity.
Yep. You might as well just sell directly. You know, what's...
Yeah, what's the price on potatoes?
Actually, yeah, I guess.
3... Yeah, we might as well. Because, see, it's April now. And the max is in December at 376, and it's 324 right now, so. Not really a huge difference. The thing with potatoes and sugar beets will be the yield.
Yeah.
We get a big yield off of them. How much is that field down there? 2.1. Got so many fields I want to buy.
Well, we're going to have some money in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll have a little bit. What's my bell count up to?
Oh, yeah.
937.
37. I'm at 755.
How much is that together? Hey Siri. What's 938 plus 755?
1700-ish, maybe?
938 plus 755 is 1,693.
1,693. So I could probably do 2 or 3 more rows and we'll have it. And then we'll stop.
Yay.
Fast time.
Yay.
So yeah, I had to get rid of the lizard underbelly trailer. I had to go with the in-game Super Bee trailer. I guess I'm going to have to find us another underbelly trailer. Like a hopper, bottom hopper trailer. That's a pretty good one though.
I think it's more the map than anything.
Yeah.
Well, I find that you have to find the magic spot when you go in there.
Well, like the grates, they are, I mean, they do sit up. But the trigger, it's the trigger, and the weight of the trailer lowers the trailer too much, I think. It's too bad we can't pull up to it with the auger wagon. Bin trailer, what's it called? Bin, grain chaser? Chaser grain cart? Grain cart? No. Grain cart, yeah. Trying to remember what I was going to get at the grocery store. I'm going down every aisle in my head. And I just cannot remember. Oh, peppercorn ranch. So there's a story behind that too. My Subway has stopped taking coupons and promo codes. Because apparently, you know, they're independently owned franchises, I guess.
Yeah.
So they get to decide whether they take, you know, the Subway coupon codes and coupons. Which is, it's crazy because, I mean, for everything else, it is a Subway. Like, they have the Signature Series sandwiches, they have everything else that Subway does. But since it's independently owned, they decide whether they want to take the coupons or not. It shouldn't be that way. And I don't know, right now they're selling, Subway is for sale. The people that own it. So is Wendy's. I think Wendy's was for sale. Either is or was. And I've recently, you know, back in the day, you know, Subway, you know, it got to where it was like not that great. But now with these, I think they've made a turnaround somewhere with these new sandwiches they have. They're really good, and actually they're getting ready to end pre-sliced meat. So they'll slice the meat right there in front of you when you order. They announced that they're switching to that. So I guess it'll taste fresher. I don't know. I could see a lot of employees like cutting their fingers off.
No.
No? I
They'll
could see
have
it.
like one of those guards and all that. It'll be fine.
Like a safety thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. How big is
Did
this
you-
field? Very big. It's pretty large.
Did you hear what Ford's doing
Uh-uh.
with their electric vehicles?
Uh-uh.
So if you like, because the Ford dealerships are the same way, they're all independently owned.
Mm-hmm.
They have to pay, I believe, like 1.5 million to sell an electric car there. Like the franchise.
Really?
Yeah. They can sell anything like if it's got a gas motor, it's fine. But if they want to sell an electric car, they got to pay 1.5 mil, I think.
Why?
I don't know. It's what Ford's doing.
Is that just for like promotional advertisement stuff, or?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a yearly thing or a one-time thing, but yeah, I was in the news a couple days ago.
1 point. I wonder if that's for like the charging stations and stuff.
I don't know.
Because you think about it, all the dealerships out there probably don't have like the supercharging stations and all that. There's a lot that goes with an electric car.
Yeah, and can your grid handle it? And there's your biggest one.
I really tell you, right now, the way the technology is with electric cars, they should not invest. These dealerships that apparently that they're charging 1.45 million.
Yeah, something like that.
They should not invest in it. Because the technology right now, nobody's buying an electric car here. Yeah, there's people in New York, there's people in California, and probably some hippieville, USA out there somewhere buying electric cars. But people here in the Deep South are not buying electric vehicles. You might have a few,
Yeah.
you might have like a Karen here and there. And maybe like, what's the male equivalent of a Karen? Who did we just
Ken,
say?
I think.
Is it a Ken?
I don't know.
Karen? Kevin? I don't know. We never did decide on a name. But anyway, you'll have a few of those out there that get some. But there are no charging stations anywhere here. And people don't want an electric car. The people here, we have to have a fuel vehicle, whether it's gasoline or diesel. We cannot do electric. Number one, our grid can't handle it, the electrical grid. Number two, the distances between some places, you have to have fuel. That's the only way you'll get the range that you need to get somewhere where you can actually get somewhere. An electric vehicle just will not cut it. So, yeah, plus the cost. Yeah, it's too expensive. They're much more than 20,000, my friend. 20,000 will get you a nice, good used fuel vehicle. But a brand new electric car is a lot more than 20,000. What's the I wonder what's the cheapest electric car?
I don't know.
I'm gonna Google it. It's probably some small.
Like, nah, I could see, someone who isn't gonna go far, maybe get an electric car, just locally around town or something. I can get behind that, but someone who works a lot and all that, it's not worth it.
Yeah, the cheapest electric car looks like it's 25,600, and it is a little bitty tiny thing. It's a Chevrolet, the 2023 Chevrolet Bolt EV. And it'll only go 259 miles on a single charge. The next cheapest one's 28,000, 29,000. Then it gets up into the 30,000s, 40.
And the hundreds.
48, 40, 53. I'm trying to get up to the highest one. Wow, this goes on and on. Yeah. And that's another thing, you know, most people, especially here, do not buy new vehicles, brand new vehicles. Everybody, unless you're really like wealthy, you don't buy a brand new vehicle. Most of the people here buy a good used vehicle because they're significantly cheaper. And even a lot of the wealthier people don't buy new vehicles. A lot of them buy used vehicles because they're cheaper. And you can't buy a used electric vehicle, because as soon as you do, you'll have to replace the battery in it, and then it costs almost the price of the vehicle to replace the battery. Yeah, what'd I say? 25,006 for a new one, and that's for the cheapest one. And that's a little tiny bitty thing. I can't imagine how much the electric trucks are going to cost when they come out.
Yeah, but people were buying them.
Those are the really wealthy people.
Yeah. Well, and I think there's a difference. Like, being in the deep south, you don't really have winters.
Yeah.
So your vehicles don't get the salt abuse that up here we do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of why you know, can't really find too many used cars without a lot of some rust on them.
Well, I think about the people too. You know, the people that get stranded on the interstates and the highways and stuff when the weather does hit, and you know they're stuck in their car for like, you hear them, you know, being stuck in their car for like 12, 18 hours. An electric vehicle is not going to keep you alive that long.
No.
You need something that's got an engine that burns, that you can keep your heat on in your vehicle if you get stuck in that situation.
Yeah. You run it for, 20, 30 minutes, turn it off. When you get cold, start it back up.
Yep. We're making somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 at a time. Our goal is to have 100,000 bales total. Once it's all said and done. That's the goal anyway. And what will we make off of it? Well, usually at the highest price for silage, we'll make around, it's over $100,000 per trip, which it's about 51,000, 52,000 per trailer. And I don't know how many trailers. Each trailer holds 42. It just depends on how many bales we have. We're making more and more bales because we're buying more and more land. So it's kind of hard to say, we'll make this much. But usually we do pretty good. We make upwards of what? Well, I'll tell you what. Hang on. I can actually tell you, I think. I found this in the finances page. Somewhere. Am I missing it? There we go. Sold bales. It only goes back to December. So the batch that we had in December, we made 2.6 million. And then we had another batch in January. I think it was a little bit fewer bales, because we made 2.1 million. So I think it said that because we sold some in October and then we sold some in November, and those were over $2 million. So we're making over $2 million per harvest of silage bales. And then, like I said, I think our totals have ranged somewhere between 1,700 and 2,500, somewhere in there. So I think that last one was like 1,700 bales. That's why it was so much lower. Alright, that row I can definitely go faster on. Tesla can run heat only mode for like 4.5 days on a full charge. I don't believe that. At maximum heat. No.
Because if it's cold, your battery's gonna be even less charged.
Yeah, it's going to degrade your battery.
Because 2-3 years ago, there were people in Teslas that got to a stop sign, and their car died because of the extreme cold.
Yeah.
Unless their technology's changed since then, but I still don't.
I don't see it because number one, you're not going to have a full charge wherever you get stuck at. That's the first thing. Number two, 4.5 days running it. No. Yeah, I don't see that.
Are we done yet?
No.
Why not?
Well, I just hit 1,000.
Woohoo!
What are you at?
I'm just starting. I think 17.7. 820.
820. So we got 1,800. Wow, we had 1,600 and something just a second ago.
Well, because you're pumping out more.
Am I pumping out more at a time?
Well, you think about it, you're really pumping like. Well, count how many you're doing. Like,
Yeah, 2 rows at a time.
You're doing 2 rows, so whatever. You're probably doing close to 100 bales, maybe. Well, maybe not 100, but.
Yeah, it's just constantly like as soon as it ejects one's going into it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, when we get up there, we're getting close. We'll get there here very shortly.
Should get this one field done here. 80 field should get done.
Yeah. Next time I'm gonna mow it without rowing it. I think that'll be, because then each row will be the same size.
And yeah, it'd be a little more, more consistent. Because that next one you could probably fly down.
Mm-hmm. You know what? Let me just dump that there. Wow, that's a lot of bales per row. It's so beautiful. It's kind of like, ooh, a little marshmallow. Ooh, a little marshmallow. Ooh, a little marshmallow. Ooh, a little marshmallow. So is this the row? Yeah, this is the row. I can go a little faster on this one. Let's see.
I would think so.
I'm going to go up to 6 and see how it does. Because this row is definitely smaller. It's more like the average row. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is like an average row. I'm going to stay on 6 on this one. Yep. So you can see this is more like an average row. You can see the difference in how many bales per row I'm getting here. And even at 6, I'm going to actually slow down a little bit. I'll go down to 4 because it missed a little there. Maybe 5. Let's try 5. But you can see the difference back there where I did it on how many bales we got per row versus a standard row. This might be just a hair bigger than a standard row. Yeah, 5 seems to work. Come on, eject. Even at 5, it's missing a little.
It's okay, Matt. It's okay if you miss a little.
I'm gonna slow it down to upper 4. Yeah, he had an issue here.
It's just a learning curve for him. He's, you know.
funny. I'll take it up to upper 3, and then it starts leaving little spots, so I have to take it back down to lower 3. But then lower 3 gets too slow. So there's an in-between there somewhere. Just depends on the size of the row, I guess.
But do you think next time it would be more?
I think it
Not
would
as
be more
big?
consistent next time.
Yeah.
Because this is probably... Because the first row, it was 3 all the way. And it was just, it was right on the money. And that took an exact 2 rows. This row probably took maybe a whole row and maybe like half a row or 2/3 of a row or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of an in-between. It makes the row to the size where it's in between 3 miles per hour and upper 3. But you can't set it to an in-between there, so you have to pick either 3, lower 3, or upper 3. So we'll do lower 3. It's only like a couple of seconds before it puts a new bale in there, so... You could sit here and alternate it if you wanted to. Yep, so today will be all the NFL interviews. I'm sure they'll probably have, interviews with all the quarterbacks and stuff. Like, what was it like growing up as a child? What were your childhood dreams? What did you aspire to be? Who was your role model? Who, If you could have one wish or one do-over, That's usually what the Sunday before the Super Bowl is all about. I'm up to almost 1,100.
900.
900, so between us 2,000.
Yep.
How far do we want to go?
That's to you. I'd like to finish off this little field I'm in.
Where are you at?
I don't know, 60-ish, was it? The
69?
Yeah. I think I should be able to get this one done.
Okay.
And then
I'll keep rolling. Whatever we get when you get done there, and then whatever point I'm at, that's what we'll go with.
Yeah.
Or well, I'll finish out whatever row I'm on.
Okay.
Hello. Welcome in. Good morning. And in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. This is Gnadenthal. It's for the PC only. It's a 4X map. It's in the PC mod hub, actually, if you go inside the game, if you're on PC. It is a Canadian map based in south central Manitoba. And as you can see, it is flat. 4X map, so it's a larger map. And it is a flat map. We've done some clearing. We've cleared some trees and some buildings. The spelling of it's in the title. I can barely say it. So Yeah, I put it in the title just because I definitely can't spell it, but I can barely say it. I keep wanting to say Gnadenthal, but I think it's pronounced Gnadenthal. Wonder if I need to repair some stuff too. Let's see. Yeah, I could use it.
How's that mod been working? Like the not having to repair as much.
I think it helps.
Okay.
You don't you don't have to, as much as we use our equipment, we were having to repair it every month. Now it's like, it seems like it's a lot slower, like it's every few months.
Mm-hmm.
So it's better. There's another one out there, but it's a little more sophisticated.
Oh, in which way?
It's got like a whole menu of options and stuff.
Oh.
So yeah, I can press the gas pedal sometimes in between
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of surge forward and fill it up. And then go back to 3. It kind of winds down. And then I can just hit the gas pedal and gun it and get a lot of grass in there. I guess it would be okay to roll over the... We roll over the windrow grass. It'd be okay to roll over the grass that's spread out, wouldn't it?
I don't see why it wouldn't.
Should be okay. If not, we could rake it and then roll it. We could probably roll it with it spread out though. Might have given it a little too much gas there. I don't think I've finished my Subway story. So they don't take coupons and promo codes. I think I told you all that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start making my own. I'm going to buy the bread. I'm going to buy the peppercorn ranch or mayo. I think I like the peppercorn ranch better. And then I'm going to buy The turkey slices, the not ground, the beef, what is it called? Roast beef slices, and spinach leaves, tomatoes, and I'm gonna make my own sandwich. Not quite gonna be a Subway sandwich, but I think it'll be close. And bell peppers. I think I put bell peppers. Yeah, I put bell peppers on them.
What's a hmm?
I was just thinking.
Oh boy.
You know, yesterday we tried that contraption
Yeah.
where we used the forage harvester.
Yep.
And with the forage harvester, we could use that silage additive.
Mm-hmm.
So it increased the amount of bales that we would make.
Mm-hmm.
We can't do that with any of the other balers except the big Krone one that does the big bales.
Yep.
So how would you use it with this one? I got to thinking about that. We have the pickup wagons that take the silage additive. So it picks the grass up loose. What if you picked it up loose and then you dumped it down in a row behind it? Would it still be silage additive grass, technically?
I don't know if that's too advanced for this game. Oh, there's always science.
Because where are those things at? Here we go. Forage wagons, that's what they call them. So some of them you can do. Let's just look at like the big one. This is the biggest one. You can add a silage additive tank to it. So if you picked up the grass with the silage additive tank, it increases the amount of grass that goes into this thing, right? So then you could dump it out behind it and then bale behind these things?
Well, it'd make a pretty big swath, wouldn't it?
It would, but there would be more grass on the ground, right? So, ergo, you'd have more bales?
I don't know if that's how it would work, though. I really don't know.
I mean, technically it should be, right? One of y'all out there, what do y'all think? I wonder if that would work. Because remember we did that test over on Elk Mountain. And we tried the baler without the silage additive. And then we had a baler with silage additive and we ran them side by side on rows that were the same size. And we ended up with more bales, more grass bales with silage additive. If you picked up and dumped as you went, would it work?
Now the question is, that's an extra lot of work.
It's an extra lot of work,
But how much are you gaining, though?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the additional work would be worth the percent of the increased grass. Because how much is the increase? It's only like, what, a 5% increase?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think...
Unless we could find a mod that had a forage wagon on the front and a baler on the back. So it's a 5% boost. But then we'd have to make sure that it was adding to the bale count. Because that other thing didn't add to the bale count. Oh. It's a vicious cycle. We're trying to become more efficient farmers, marshmallow farmers. Although I think we're doing pretty good now. I mean, look at all these bales.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're doing all right. Yeah, I know there's balers that have silage additive tanks, but we like to use this round one. Let me save the game. The big balers have them. I don't think any of these small ones do, though. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. And I think that's a square. No, that's a round one, isn't it? That one doesn't. Then you get into the square balers. That does not. I don't think that bales grass. That only bales for. There are mods. Okay, yeah, I figured there were probably mods out there, The question is, I guess we'd have to test them because the problem we had with the setup that we had yesterday is that the baler did not count the bales, and we are counting our bales. So yeah, silage bales right now is all we do. Eventually we're going to do silage, and then when we get to our max number, we'll probably start selling the grass bales, just wrapped grass bales, when we get to that point, and we're probably getting close to that point. And then the numbers are really going to fly, because then we can keep the silage bales, the maximum number of bales that are allowed on our map at a time, let them ferment, and while we're letting them ferment, the rest of the bales we can do as grass, which I guess technically we could do that here now, because we're approaching that number, I think.
Yeah.
Or we could just wait, let that ferment come back, and bale those at a later time. And maybe do some double mowing and stuff. Look, we're going to have so many bales on the field, like in one row. It's going to be crazy. You play FS22 all the time? I know the feeling. Currently, if I can find the right button over here. I am at 3,371 hours. How many hours you got, Phil?
I don't know, 16-ish. I play other games. I like to switch
Yeah,
up.
Phil plays other games. Phil plays Rust and
Rust,
Trains,
flying games.
Flight Simulator. I want to get back into that.
Uh-huh.
Gotta get my
I
other
hear that a
computer up,
lot.
though. I gotta get the other computer going.
Uh-huh. Had it for about a year already. And,
Yeah, it's been about a
still
year.
in the box.
It's a little over a year, I think.
I've never met someone that's done that before.
Oh, come on. The government does it all the time.
That's the government.
That's the U.S. government. I don't know about the Canadian government. I don't know what they do.
We
but
do a lot of... No, we have old stuff. We're worse.
we spend money on new stuff. You know, we spend $20,000 on a hammer, $30,000 on a toilet seat, and then we keep our computers in the boxes for over a year.
Yep, I remember. I'm gonna buy a new computer for 22, and
When did I didn't buy that before 22. I bought that after 22, didn't I?
after, yeah, it was.
It was in the January, February, Marchish, I think.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. I need to get it out. I am off tomorrow if I have time.
But you got a lot to do already.
I know, I've already got a lot to do. I need to get that stuff done, and then I can do this on the next... Because I'm off next Monday, too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I had to spend my Thanksgiving holiday, my Christmas holiday, and my New Year's holiday. So I took off 2 days this month, and then 1 day next month.
Okay.
And then they're probably going to make me take more time off, because my vacation is building back up again. I gotta talk to them. I don't know how that works.
What?
Because when our vacation hours get to, let me change that. When my vacation hours get to a certain point, they're like, okay, you need to take some vacation time. You're getting too many vacation hours, right? But this other lady that works there, that's worked there longer than I have, she has way more vacation hours built up than I have ever had total, and they haven't said anything to her. I wonder what's going on there. But she's been there longer, so I don't know.
Maybe she has a different contract?
Now, there's no contracts.
No? Different... I don't know.
Different deal, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
But, you know, I wonder... No? Well... No. I keep thinking of things that it might be, but then I'm like, no, it can't be that. So... I don't know. I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask him is there an absolute cutoff? What's the absolute cutoff? Because maybe it's because I'm younger.
Possibly.
Because she's way older. And they probably figure that I'm a young guy and then I'm gonna run off to Bora Bora or some crap like that. Look, I ain't going to Bora Bora. They probably think, oh, here's a young guy. He's gonna go on the MTV spring break every year and spend 2 weeks or a month down there. Nope. First off, MTV is not a thing anymore. Well, it is, but it's not what it was. They don't do spring break anymore. They just have a lot of young unwed mothers having babies and what's the other show? Something about some fish.
Catfishing?
Yeah, catfish. That's it. What's that
Not
about?
about fishing, though.
It's not about fishing?
No, it's about people that say they're somebody, but they're actually not.
Like a con artist?
Yeah.
No. I might actually like that. Is it like a crime show where they like catch them and then they go to jail?
No, they don't go to jail. They just get busted, and that's it.
Oh.
On my man.
Do they get a fine?
Last pass. And I'll have a little over 1,000 bales.
I'm coming up on 1,200.
Ooh, nice.
So that'll be 2,200 bales right there.
So then what do you want to do?
Let's see. You're on your last pass?
Yep.
Alright, so I'm going to stop at the end of this pass. Then I'm going to take a quick break because my eyeballs are floating. You know, I went and got that extra water. So, we'll come back and we'll fast time.
Alright.
And I say we go ahead and sell our soybeans.
Alright.
Technically, these bales will be ready the last day of April. So we could sell the bales first.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we do that? We'll sell the bales first, and then we'll fast time after we sell the bales and sell the soybeans.
Alright.
All right. So I'll be back. I'm gonna stop this guy at the end of this pass, and then we will sell some stuff, make some money. Sell these bales, make some money. Sell the soybeans, make some money, and maybe we'll buy some fields. I don't know if old man wants me to buy that potato field though.
I think you have to.
I think I have to. Is he still watching? I don't know if he's still out there. No, he may be busy. He's probably sleeping.
Yep.
If he took my advice. All right. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And I'm back.
Yeah.
Alright, so let me go up here to the house. I love this garage apartment. It's awesome. So I tell you what, we'll go to 6 because it's probably going to be daylight. We'll see what it's. We'll see how it is at 6. If it's daylight, really bright, then we'll go to 5. I love the summertime because you can have more daylight. You know they're ending daylight savings time. Oh no,
Yep.
is it raining?
Just a little.
Yep. Yeah, they're ending daylight savings time. Wonder how that's gonna go.
I think what 2024 was it?
I think this is gonna be the last time we change it in the spring, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna change it in the fall.
I'm not sure how that's working, to be honest. Yeah.
I don't
Because
know.
we're following suit pretty much.
So what does that mean? We won't have in the winter. We won't have as much daylight in the afternoon, right?
I think so.
So normally after we change the clock, it's dark at 4:30. Does that mean it's going to be dark at 3:30 now?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's going to be different. I'm
Yep.
going to feel like I'm living in Alaska. What are the bales at?
I don't know.
Come down here and see. Oh, did my guy quit? Oh, that's not my guy. Where's my guy? There's my guy. No, there he is. He's still going. You know what? I just thought about it. I've got that JCB on that rake.
Yeah, you're gonna have to take
I'm
him
going to have
off.
to switch him out. I'll tell you what, let me do that real quick. Because he's getting up here towards where these other tractors are.
Yeah. Wait.
This is Gnadenthal. The spelling of it is in the title. It's a South Central Manitoba, Canada map. It's east. I think it's east. It's a little southeast of Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan.
That one.
Did you want to plant anything in that one field,
I'll
or just leave it for now?
just leave it for now. When we get those other fields, we're going to merge all that together.
Yeah.
Let's see, that required 145 horsepower, so let me get... that's the Kubota. We'll leave that on there. We need that guy to mow. I really need that guy to roll. But I think... How fast does that thing go? It only goes 11. This guy should work on it. Let me tab around and see what we got. I don't even remember what all we got. This guy would work on it, but we don't, well, you know what? We don't need him to fertilize anything anymore. We'll use this guy. I don't know. I kind of think this guy might get bullied by that rake. He's kind of small. Let me use that other one. I'll make up my mind eventually, I promise. Then I'll put that other red guy on this. He can roll. Okay. We got a plan. I love it when a plan comes together. What movie is that from? Say, I love it when a plan comes together. Nobody knows what movie is that. What movie is that from? Somebody's got to get it. A-Team. KC Killer got it. Yesterday it was Bob's Road. Yep, Big Bopper got it. Tappet got it. Nobody could get, even John couldn't get Bob's Road.
Yeah. So we're gonna go one more day, Matt.
Yep, if I can get out of this ditch. Yeah.
Why you go in the ditch?
Swapping out tractors. Oh no. Come on. Go straight. Here we go. Okay. So now I got... Oh no, where'd I do my JCB tractor now? Is this it? Nope.
I don't know where you went with it.
There it is. Actually, you know what? I need to tab down here first. So we're gonna go. This is the last one that I dropped. It's at 84%. Yeah, let's go one more day. Whoa, whoa. I really got to turn my running speed down when I get in this garage. We'll go to 5. I can't even remember the opening to the A-Team. I know that it's like a dialogue, like if you ever find yourself in trouble or something like that, you may enlist the services or something of the A-Team. I can't remember the dialogue. Alright, it is not bright enough. So I guess we do need to go to 6 o'clock. Okay. So, let's see. It should be silage now. Yep. Everything should be silage now. So, let me find that tractor. There it is. And I should have a trailer up here. And we will start... oh, look. There goes the growth. See the growth? It's coming across the field. Huh? Crop growth. Oh, did you leave me the full one?
No. Baby.
You know, we got a lot of marshmallows.
Yeah.
Coming north. See, GPS on. There we go. What's the price for silage, just out of curiosity? $2.90. It's not bad. It's not the best price, but it's not the worst. Silage is kind of a thing you can sell all year, though. I mean, the price, I don't think it gets below $2.60, and then it doesn't get above like $3.40 something. So it's kind of like potatoes and sugar beets. It's not a big price difference. Soybeans, on the other hand, you know, those go down, I think, to like $1,000 or $1,100 versus $2,200 something. So it's a pretty big difference. I think what we probably should do is fill the... I'll get the 8R put on the grain cart, fill it up, because it holds 1 million, and then I'll drive that over to the sell point, and then we can just fill the truck up back and forth.
Yeah.
From the sell point there. Right at the sell point, so you don't have to go back over to the farm. What is that smell?
I don't know.
That smells interesting.
Someone's baking something?
Somebody's cooking something. What is that? It smells like... I don't know. What is that? It smells like some kind of cooking oil. With maybe peppers and onion. You have a cinnamon roll, but I shouldn't be that close. No, it don't smell like a cinnamon roll. I love that smell too. Now this smells like maybe like an olive oil or something, maybe, or with maybe they're making an omelet. It's funny, it doesn't smell like eggs. It smells like peppers and onions, and like pepper. It's weird. I didn't even pay attention to see how much we made.
84-ish, something like that.
87,640.
Oh,
It's not too bad. We were doing 101 on the bales when we were in December or January, so it's still good money. Oh look, our grass is growing over here now. There's gonna be a lot of bales on that field in a straight row. 87.6. You got more for yours? I learned how to sell them all at once.
you did?
I did.
Good.
Me and old man both struggled with it at first, but I think we got it down. Yeah, there may have been some rogue bales up there at the sell point. That's why the John Deere's parked there with the forks on the front.
Okay.
We might have had some issues.
But you figured it out. That's all.
We
that
figured
matters.
it out. We got it. I'm
boy.
gonna go down here and get these in this field. Here. There's the raker. Breaker to the raker. How's it going out there, son? Looks like he's doing alright. But yeah, like I said, that'll be better with the loose grass probably. Won't have this, it won't look like this when we do it as like wide, non-raked, wide spreading, wide swathing. No, that's not the word. What's the word? Non-swathing. It won't look like this. It won't be this messy. Alright, I'm gonna go down the first row. There's a lot of bales here. And here we go. Will I get a full load on one pass? We'll see. So yeah, that fourth row over there doesn't have as many bales, but the rest of them do. Well, whatever they're cooking, it's loud. It's very strong. Okay, I filled up one trailer and I haven't made it to the end yet. I think this is the way to go right here, because I'm going to be full before I even finish this row. Do this on that north field,
Yeah.
and I bet we get a full load, because that field I think is longer than this one. Yeah, it is, because this stops at that pavement there. I bet we get a full load just on one pass if we rake it up there. Yep, I'm gonna be full before I even make it halfway up. And I'm full. Yep, right at halfway. So many marshmallows.
You can have a surprise for old man on Saturday.
Oh yeah. Yep, I'll clean all this up. Actually, you know what? I might just leave that for the next time. Let it rake it up the next time. Oh, God. I'm going to go through the field because it's grass. What was I going to put that 8R on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the auger wagon.
Oh.
I'm going to pay back the loan to $1 million. That's my goal. I'm going to try to pay back the loans so that when we fast time, we don't get charged that extra money. And then if we need to, we can take them back out.
But we're just going to take the loan back out to buy all the fields that you want.
Yeah, but we're going to fast time to the soybean stuff. And we won't get charged that extra, what, $3,300 in interest
Mickey.
every night. So I'll pay back the loan, and then when we get ready to buy fields, we'll take the loan back out if we need to. I kind of want a cinnamon roll now. Remember Mom, she would get those cinnamon rolls in the Pillsbury that came in the can.
Mm-hmm.
And she had a little pan that she would put them in there, pack them real tight, and then she'd bake those and then put the icing on top. Those were really good. That's probably why I was heavy then. It could have been a contributing factor. I had my mom's cooking back then when I was heavy. Not to mention I drank, what, 6 to 8 sodas a day. It's funny because back then I could finish off an entire large pizza by myself. And now I can eat maximum 2 slices maybe. Like at a time. Here's another 87.5. And I am sure going to cut through the grass field again. It's one advantage to having a grass field, you can just drive through it. Doesn't matter. Especially at this growth stage. Remember back in 19 when at first the crop destruction, when you turned it on, it included the grass?
Yeah.
They did away with that.
Well, because grass doesn't get destroyed, really.
Yeah. I think they took it back a growth stage or something, if I remember right.
Yeah, well, see, I could get behind that, though.
Yeah.
Because,
What they should have done was added a second grass crop type, which would be bent over grass, so that when you did drive over it, you could have crop destruction on, and they could tie that in so that the grass would be bent over for
Lower yield.
for like a day or something. Yeah. So you could at least see like your tire tracks. This is gonna be fun to mow. It's just a straight shot up north.
Your definition of fun is different than mine, I guess.
Mine and old man's definition of fun differs too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna surprise him next Saturday. We're gonna have the potato field. I'm gonna plant everything in potatoes. The whole map's gonna be potatoes.
That'd be evil.
He'd probably leave. User has left your channel. Oh, I'm picking up some of these. Yes, I activated my bell pickup thing. No worries. Wee-haw. I'm picking up like a bale a second. 4.
But if you turn your
5,
speed up a little more, you might
6.
even go faster.
Oh, hey, yeah, I can. Why was that down on 39? 5, 6, 7. I don't know why that was down on 39. Flying now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gotta turn. 11, 12, 13. Yeehaw. You know what? I'm gonna go down this shortened row here. This wider row. Pick these up. Come back and hit these. Good morning, here we got another big papa. No, probably not. It is a pretty map. Let me say this about the map. It's a pretty map. It's very well put together. It's a detailed map. He did a good job converting it and adding, the extra details to it. The only reason that I'm probably not going to play that map is because it's not the topographical map that we would like to play. It's very hilly, very mountainous. There's cliffs in it, and there's a lot of unusable areas in that map. It's got the Mississippi River. Of course, I understand. It's based on a it's kind of loosely based on a location, and the Mississippi River is a wide river. But the river takes up so much of the map, and you can't do anything with the river. The lake in the top northeast corner, you can't do anything with that. It's just unusable. The bottom, really the bottom 40 of the, kind of the bottom, I'd say maybe bottom 20 or 30 of the map, you can't use, because that's where the cliffs and stuff are, and that's where the sheer drop-offs are with trees and stuff on them, where that highway comes up. You just can't, there's so much of the map that you can't use. And I just remembered something else, Phil. Merging the fields together there's an issue. So the fields that are there, the ones that you actually probably can merge together, which are very few up there on that top eastern side of the map, the new crop types. There's an issue with the new crop types. You can plow them under, you can paint them, but they don't go away. So the fields that have that crop type in it, or if you plant that crop type in a field, you can't get rid of it. Apparently, that's what I was told. So, but again, most of the fields on that map, you can't really like modify or straighten or change or anything, because most of the fields are curvy on that map, and where the curves are, that's where there's like a drop off into a gully or something. And even if you cleared the trees, you couldn't really landscape it. So yeah, we're not a fan of the hills. Now, DJ's other maps, Deer Country, Oklahoma, Red River Valley, those were kind of more on a flat scale. And I think that's where we are probably going to be focusing our future farming ventures, are on the more flatter side of things, because, and it's really due more to, it's not that we really do dislike hills. I can't really say that. One of the main reasons though is why we dislike hills is because of giants, is because of farm sim. You can't use a lot of the equipment on a lot of those hills, and you should be able to. So that's kind of why we don't. So yeah, we're probably not going to play it. It's a beautiful map. I know there's a lot of people excited for it. But yeah, and we played Nebraska. We liked Green Valley was good. Even it had some elevated areas that, you know, I don't think really were necessary. Give me a flat map. This map right here, love this map, other than it's got a few issues. If it didn't have the issues, we might actually make this like a longer stay here. It's got some flickering issues around the edges. It's got sell point issues. And they didn't update. I don't know if they fixed, you know, that or not, if they updated that. I know that somebody in chat yesterday said that they left this map because of the sell point restrictions. So, but yeah, I really wish he would do another Deer Country and make it a 4X, because I really love Deer Country. Deer Country was a fun map. Oklahoma was a fun map. Red River, I think it was Red River Valley. That was a fun map. I think he should make a 4X version of that one. But yeah, I think that's just, and it's not us. I mean, it's really more, it's more just of a personal preference thing. But yeah, I love DJ's maps. I mean, he makes some really great, highly detailed maps. The thing about his maps that I like is that they feel real. There's more dedication put into his maps than a lot of other modders put into theirs. And it gives it, and I've always said this before, I've said this since Farming Simulator 15, the maps that have character, those are the ones I want to play. And all of DJ's maps have character because they're unique. It doesn't feel like a farm sim map when you're playing a DJ map. So, feels like you're actually somewhere farming. I think that's one of the reasons why I kind of liked Griffin, Indiana. Because it was basically just somebody took a satellite screenshot of the map and put it together. And the way the town was laid out and set up, the way the entire map really was laid out and set up, I like that. And it had hills, but I think they were smoother hills, and it was what just, had a lot more character. Playing Griffin right now, the man. I will say one thing about Griffin, Indiana for 22. I'm not a fan of the lighting. I think the lighting in the town was better back in 19. I'm not a fan of the lighting. The lamp posts, the street lights and stuff. I think they were way better back in 19 than they are in 22. And I know you can add street lights and stuff, but the in-game ones I think they were better. You think there's too much light? See, I don't think there's enough. It depends on the type of light. I mean, I'm talking about like the decorative light, like that soft glow, light for the street lights and the housing lights and stuff like that. I think it needs more of that. And maybe he updated it and maybe he adjusted that. I haven't been back to that map since it first came out. Tried to play it with old man, and we couldn't get the. I don't know if we had a mod conflict or what, but we couldn't get him into the map, and the train was broken. Kind of like it is over on Elm Creek. Like it never came. We tried to call it and rent it. It was stuck somewhere, like right off the bat, from the very first starting of the map. But other than that, I had a great time on that map in 19. I'd be playing Ohio Richlands map if you could buy all the property on the map. There's a lot of areas that you cannot buy the property, and a lot of those areas are forest areas, which if you could buy those forest areas, you could really make some really nice, decent sized fields on that map, even though it's a standard size map. But the detail on that map is really nice. That's another map that I think that's kind of loosely based on a real location. Traxie, keep your tail over there. I do not need a fur-lined scarf on my arm. And I haven't seen Madison County. I'm surprised nobody's converted that. That was a great map. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that was probably my favorite map in Farming Simulator 19. Madison County, the finished Madison County. Because Mark, and I think that's all he went by was Mark. He created that map, and he actually finished that bottom right corner. And if I could have that one on 22, I'd probably play that one. I would go back, I think. Because that was a fantastic map. It had some hills, but there was a lot of areas that were kind of flattish. They were kind of rolling, like rolling prairie, but... Great map. It was based on a real location as well. Madison County, Illinois. It's called the Farms of Madison County. know John really liked that map too. It might have been his favorite. County Line was good, but they brought County Line over. Somebody brought County Line over to 22, and it had some problems. The 19 version was really nice because County Line, the farm, if you started on Farm Manager and you didn't own, you know, when you started out on Farm Manager, you didn't own the farm, right? So the barns, you couldn't open the barns, but there was equipment in the barns. You couldn't get the equipment out until you bought the farm. I liked that aspect of it. I thought that was really cool. It'd be nice if Giants would do that on a map. Like certain areas, you could have like old sheds or old styled barns, and then they could have pieces of equipment in them. And then like I guess maybe the age of the shed or barn and the size could determine like what type of piece of equipment was in there, so that if you wanted to buy that farm, you couldn't get to that equipment until you buy the land, like you buy the farm. And I'd really like to see some dynamic weather. I wanna see the storm coming in. I mean, these clouds, don't get me wrong, these clouds, we started with these clouds in 19. These are way better than we had before Farming Simulator 19. But I want to see, like, if it's going to storm, I want to see the cumulus clouds building on the horizon over there. I want to see the sky start turning black. Like a dark black color. Or a really dark gray color. And then, you know, right before the rain starts rolling in, we could see maybe like a pea green sky, you know. And it's getting ready to, oh man, it's getting ready to come down. It's getting ready. We got to hurry, boys. We got to finish mowing or baling or harvesting or whatever you're doing, because it's fixing to rain. And then it'd be cool to see some lightning bolts off in the distance. And then the closer the storm gets, you know, the louder the thunder gets. I know I'm asking for a lot, and I'm being picky, but you know, if you want to make a great game and you want to improve on the game, you have to be a little picky. But wouldn't that be so cool? That would be the attention to detail. It's the little things that make things great. The attention to detail that you can put in. Having something like that would just be so awesome. Now I know you could go maybe a little too far, like have, you know, F3 tornadoes touch down on, you know, on the ground over there and it eats up your corn. But I'm just saying, you know, they did a great job improving on the sounds for 22. I'll say that. Now it's time to improve on some of the visualizations. It would just be really awesome. And right before it snows, it'd be cool to see some snow clouds. Maybe some snowbirds. Like have a whole bunch of snowbirds on the ground or something. Because, you know, right before it snows, you see a lot of snowbirds often. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy with the game and I'm playing it. I like playing it. But the more detail you can give, the more little things you can give, it's the little things that make you happy. Why did I not grab that bell? It didn't go on, did it? Nope. I wonder why that one didn't go on. Am I not close enough? Yeah, honestly, I think that with optimization and a new game engine, it's possible. Because, I mean, you think about other games, and I know this will start a debate, but you think about other games. In other games, we have so much. If Giants went with a completely new game engine and optimized the game just a little bit, I think the consoles could handle it. I'm looking at games like Red Dead Redemption 2. The details in that game are so awesome. You can see lightning bolts. You can see the approaching storm in that game. You can see the lightning bolts. They added vibration support for the controllers. The force feedback control. So every time a lightning bolt strikes nearby or you hear the thunder, you feel that vibration. It adds more realism to the game. It's the little stuff like that. One day it will be to that level. And everybody's going to be like, whoa, I didn't think they could do this. It's just like seasons. When we were playing Farming Simulator 17, everybody from the little people to, your professional Farming Simulator streamers said that seasons would never come to console. Why? Because it had a custom script. And custom scripts, that was the law of the land. Seasons would never come to console. Now there were speculations that Giants could do it, but they said it would never come to console. And what did they do? They didn't even bring out a new game. They worked with Realismus Modding, and they brought Seasons to console. Why? Because they optimized it and worked with Realismus Modding to bring Seasons to console. But how did they do it? It was impossible. Well, sometimes the impossible, you have to change the game. You have to change the rules. It's like Captain Kirk, with the Kobayashi Maru. Nobody could beat that test. It was designed so that you would fail it. Captain Kirk was the only one that beat the Kobayashi Maru. Why? He changed the parameters of the game. Alright, I got one more row down here, Phil, and then I'm probably going to come back up and hit that other field.
Okie dokie.
I'm going to pay back some more on the loan. And then we'll sell soybeans. Here's one more thing they could add, a little detail. Fix this to where I can put in 500000 instead of having to hit my Y button over and over and over again. Or maybe a little thing that changed the increments. That would work.
Yeah. Or, pay half of it, all of it.
Yeah. Well, you could adjust the increments. Like,
yeah.
Instead of $5,000 at a time, you could pay $10,000 at a time, $50,000 at a time, $100,000 at a time, $500,000 at a time, $1 million at a time,
And I don't see why it would be that hard if you can go into like for pulling grain out. It's just left or right on your D-pad.
Exactly.
However.
Yep.
Why? Not hard. But it's Giants.
It's Giants. I'll say this. Giants needs leadership. They need somebody. They need a conductor. You know what makes a great orchestra? The conductor. You need somebody with the vision that knows what to show people that they want. And a lot of times people don't know what they want if they haven't seen it. You have to show them what they want. And what they want, and you gotta pay attention to the details, the little things that they want. So you have to focus on that. They need somebody that can show them the vision, the visionary vision of the future for Farming Simulator. What do the people want? Well, hired workers that actually work. I think we still all want that. Yeah, raking is the way to go. It might cost a little extra, but man, it's a lot easier to pick up these bales. A lot quicker too, especially on these fields far off. Because I'm getting like a bale a second down here, a little quicker than a bale a second. Is the rake still going? Yep, he's still rolling.
Like it.
Yep. Still rolling. So it's May right now, right?
Yeah. May 1st.
So this grass won't be ready till July to mow again.
Good.
So we gonna sell some soybeans. Soybeans, they're up here. It's at 1644 now. We're looking for above 2200 somewhere. Pick up some of these. Whoa. Whoa. Right behind you, Phil.
Okay.
Somewhere. Oh, I know what I was going to get at the grocery store. Rolls. I have got some cinnamon butter and some honey butter in my fridge in there that I think expires in March. So I need to get some rolls, and that way I can make me some honey butter rolls and cinnamon butter rolls. Good stuff. Hi, Phil.
Bye, bye.
Hold the phone.
What?
If you hire, I wonder if you hire this out, because you can lift one side at a time, right? Will it only mow?
I doubt it. They're not smart enough.
Technically, this would mow, this would not row the right side, it would put it down as loose. Why would it do it that way though? Does that mower shut off?
I don't know.
Hang on. I gotta investigate now. No, it turns them both on. I think. Yeah, they're both on. I gotta test this out now. I'm thinking the old gears in my head are spinning. Can't you hear the squeaking? Yeah, see, it puts it down as loose. Why would you want to do that? I was thinking if you lifted one up, I'd really need to hire this out to see this process. What did they do? No, it's not broke. But he's not going to come back over. If you hire him out, he's not going to come back over the same pass. I don't know. It won't rake it though, will it? No, it won't. It won't rake it. It has to go through the mower. If it's already on the ground, it won't go through the mower. And it won't like row it up. I was thinking it was like, where's that windrower here? Is it in the game? I was thinking it might be like this. You know, you fold this out, you can throw it all to one side, and then it comes back up the other side and throws it all to the other side. Well, that's the thing. If I'm going to rake it, I might as well rake it, just put it down loose and then just rake it, you know. Wonder if you could hire this rake out. What's the width on that crone? This still might be bigger. Well, it's 19 meters. And that is 9.5. So that would be 19 meters. So they're the same width. If the hired worker would throw it all to one side, you may have to, I don't know if you have to do it manually or if it, when you hire it out, it just throws it to the center. I bet it throws it to the center if you hire it out. And this won't. It's funny because it rows up the front one and the left one, but it makes the right one loose. I'm trying to imagine a scenario where you would need to do that. Unless he switches like that. But even then, still. Nah, might as well do it loose. We'll pick up the belts and do it loose next time. Do it all loose and then rake it. I don't know. I was thinking. So he should come back and get that little bit that he missed there. See, he took about a little more than half of that row. So the next one will be smaller. Boy, that rake gets dirty. What is this? What are they playing over here? Sorghum? Yep. So we about got them all, don't we?
What?
We about got them all.
Uh-huh. Sure.
No? Not at all?
No.
Well, that would be the same width as the one we have now. Because 8, let's see, 9 and 9 is 18, plus the 0.5 on each one would be 19, and that crone rake is 19, so we might as well just stick with the crone rake and just mow it loose and then rake it up. It'd be nice if the mowers did that. You know, raked it over to one side. The front mower won't, unless you had some type of raking attachment that would hook up in the back to that mower, but nothing exists like that, I can tell you that right now. There are smaller rakes, like that right there, but you can't put a mower, you can't attach those to a mower, and you can't attach a mower to them. So, crone for the win. Oh, I went a little too far. Ah. Yeah, if we do it loose, I have a feeling that it won't make as much of a mess because the hired worker lifts the rake up but keeps it spinning, and those, when we mowed it this last time, we windrowed it, and those peaks of the windrows hits this, it's actually hitting the spinning rakes in the air. So I think if we do it loose, they won't be as tall and it won't hit them. That's the hope anyway. We'll find out. Plus, it'll give us an opportunity to get all these little blips that we've missed. This is Gnadenthal. The name of the map is in the title of the stream for spelling. The length from the rear of the tractor to the back of the windrowers. You're talking about just mowing and rowing the end rows. Still think you would run into the problem of the rake hitting the rows. And I'm full. Yeah, if you could hire it out that way, I don't know if it would work. He's saying the belt rowers would clean a lot because they reach the edge of the field evenly. When you lift those up, it probably wouldn't hit the rows, but I think the rake would too. Or I just go back and manually rake that and then bale it up. If it was loose. I think that's part of the problem, is that it's not loose. We'll test it out. We'll see. Either way, the grass would still have to be loose with the belt rower, probably. If the hired worker's smart enough to switch it, because it would have to switch it from merging it all left, and then when it turns around, merge it all right. And then turns around, merge it all left, and then turns around, merge it all right. I don't know if the hired worker will do that. I guess that's something that we would have to test out and see. Once you set it, it will hire that way. Okay. Well, we might get one in the future and try it out. See what works best. You know, that belt rower, if that did work, that might work better on like a hilly map. Because you would still get the same 19-meter swath width like the Crone. Whoa, I forgot I had that on. Huh. We'll go through the yard here. That's fine. I forgot I reset my GPS. One more load and we can finish paying off our loan. And then we'll be net positive. We'll actually have some cash on hand. Then we'll sell the soybeans and have a little more cash on hand. Think we'll get about $2 million out of them soybeans. Oh, I think he stepped away. Ooh. I think it's about snack time again. This will be a nice field. Nice and straight. Can mow it, rake it. Will it alternate though, Big Papa? Have you tried that? Will it alternate? Like when it goes down one way and it merges it all, say, to the right, will the hired worker, when he turns around, going down the part that hasn't been raked, will it switch it to merge all to the left? Or vice versa, depending on which way he's going on the field. As long as it will do that, then that would work. Yeah, because otherwise it's not going to be a 19... It's what we're looking for is a 19-meter windrow. Okay, so that wouldn't work then. We couldn't use that the same way we use the crone rake. Right? Because it's only 9.5 meters. If you could alternate it, if it would alternate it, you know, left and right every time it turned around, then we could use that as a 19 meter rake. But if it doesn't, it's just going to be 9.5 meters. So that won't work. Yeah, but the hired worker won't swap. You said that the hired worker won't switch directions. They won't swap directions, right? You said in your last one that it doesn't have to switch. It's going to take 9.5 meters to the middle and lay 9.5 meters on the first row. I'm getting confuzzled. It doesn't have to, but it's still 9.5 meters. It's not 19 meters. Right? Feel my brain hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it lays down, it rows up a 9.5 meter width. So it won't make a 19 meter windrow. It only makes a 9.5 meter windrow. Yeah, we're gonna stick with the crone because we can do 19 meters at a time. But if that's what I was saying. That's my whole point. If the hired worker, because that belt rower, this one right here, when you unfold this, you can switch it to take it all to the right, or you can switch it to take it all to the left. So if he would go down and throw it all to the left, or throw it all to the right, I mean, I'm say he's going west to east. Of course, that doesn't matter in this case. If he's going down, say he's throwing it all to the right, okay? When he goes back down to the other side, he's got to throw it all to the right again, but then when he turns left, he's got to switch that, right? Or no, does he? That's still just a 9. Wouldn't it still just be a 9? Would it be? No, I'm getting it confused here. So it's what's the width of this thing? It's 9.5 meters. So if you went down and he threw it to the right and then he turned back around, he would throw it to the right again. Okay, I see. Okay, now I'm seeing it. I'm visualizing it in my head. Where's my tractor? Where am I? Oh, I'm over here with Phil.
Yeah. I watch you just go, and I'm like, all right, bye, Matt.
I probably Dukes Hazarded it over the highway, didn't I?
Just a little. You were in deep train of thought, so I just said, I'll let him go.
I see what you're saying now, Big Papa. So he will always throw it. Say he's throwing it to the right. He will always throw it to the right, even if he's making a left turn. Yeah, okay. It's 110,000. It's definitely more expensive than the Crone. Requires 140 horsepower. Question is, does the hired worker... Well, it shouldn't matter if it's set to that one direction. So both of them should do the same thing then. Right? Yeah. Oh, I can see us buying another rake. Just to test it out. And I'm full again. Alright, we can, let me get save this and get back over here where I can pay back the rest of that loan. Wait a minute. The grain mill, right?
Mm-hmm.
That can be turned into a production point.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you can buy the grain mill, right?
Okay.
Can you buy the grain mill here?
I don't know.
Because on all the other maps, the grain mill you can buy, and it does have a limit. It's like the what was that furniture factory all over again. There's a certain amount that you can sell to it. Remember, we tried to sell a bunch of wood pallets to it, and it only took a certain amount. That's every map. That's not just this map. So that's just the grain mill. Is that listed as a production? Yeah, that's listed as a production. This is a sell point. So the sell points are unlimited, but the production points are not. They're limited. So it's not just this map. See, I Big Papa turned my thinking cap on, and now I can't turn it off. So I'm solving all these things. I haven't had orange soda in a long time. That's what I'm going to blame it on. I haven't had orange soda in probably 2 weeks. I guess I'm going to have to buy it in the can and take the risk of getting Alzheimer's. Ah. See if there's a bubble where you can buy this thing. Well, no. I don't see a bubble where you can buy it. Huh. Did we buy it when we bought the land, maybe? No. Okay, the brain could stop working. Yay, money. Good morning, Trent. No, you're good. I was trying to think. I was like, okay, if he goes down this row, when he comes back, he's got to turn it around. But he actually doesn't. He doesn't have to turn it around. It just has to stay going one way. Because when he makes a left turn, it still has to go the other way. I don't know why in my brain it was saying, okay, he's got to switch directions. We should make this a cornfield because I still hear voices back there.
You always will. You'll hear police vehicles and voices.
This one's calling a baseball game. That's why I said we need to make it a cornfield. Because... why? Do you know, Phil?
I know.
Do you know why?
If you build it, they will come.
Exactly. If you build it, he will come. I think that's actually the line. If you build it, he will come. And I think
Yeah, it might be.
he's always talking about what his dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then somebody on the internet said, and it became like a viral thing, they said that... there's the voices again. They said that James Earl Jones, I can't remember his character's name, but the guy that, James Earl Jones, they say that he's actually a ghost from the beginning. I don't agree with that. I don't think so. Because number one, ghosts don't eat hot dogs.
Yeah. But do they also play baseball?
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
But it's ghostly baseball.
That's true.
And it has to stay inside the field. See, he was outside the field.
Yeah.
It's just like the baseball player that stepped outside the field. What happened to him? He turned into the old man. But technically, wasn't he still a ghost?
I don't know.
Because he was the doctor, right? He saved the kid.
Yeah. I'm choking on a hot dog.
Yeah. But he was already dead. He had died, I think, like 9 years before, maybe. 4 years before, something like that. He's already dead. That's the bottom line. And they were trying to get him to sell the farm, and then the kid fell off the bleacher, and... good day, that's a lot of bales? Nah, this is not a lot. A lot was down there a while ago. We got... all of these are grass fields, so... and we got another big one up there now. Oh, I should turn around. Yeah. Well, no, I'm about full anyway. To the sale. Think we'll get all this done by 11 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. Maybe.
10:30?
Close. Close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can still tour the Field of Dreams in Iowa. I looked it up on Google. There's that field, and then they built a larger field, where the NFL, not the NFL, Lord, The MLB played. They had a game recently, and Kevin Costner came out and said some things. It's sad to think because Ray Liotta and Art LaFleur have all passed. James Earl Jones is still alive. Kevin Costner is still alive. The little girl is still alive. Pretty sure the redheaded guy is still alive. Archie's still alive. Was the one that played Archie, you know, the young Doc, was that the same guy that played in 2.5 Men? Or is that a different guy? That's a different guy, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think that's a different guy. He played in Career Opportunities with what was her name? Connolly. Can't remember her first name. You know, the girl that played in the new Top Gun movie. Is it Elizabeth Connolly? I can't remember. That's another thing I gotta do. I think I'm gonna do that this afternoon. I'm gonna sit down and watch the new Top Gun movie. And probably bail bales. Alright, go ahead and pay that loan off. Cheer, Phil.
But we're just gonna take it back out to buy all the fields.
Yeah, but we're gonna save money over these few days where we won't have to.
What? That's true.
Yeah, it's murder on my thumb. But we won't have to pay all that interest.
That's true.
Plus, we got a lot more bales down here to sell still, and the soybeans.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're gonna have a lot of bales up here to sell when we mow this thing. It'll be nothing but rows and rows of tightly dropped marshmallows. It's too bad we can't put up candy cane streetlights. Then we could make this like a Christmas theme map. With all the marshmallows.
Yeah.
We could just be full-time marshmallow farmers.
Mm-hmm. I'll think about that one.
Well, we can do sugar beets for the sugar for all the cookies and cakes and stuff too.
I'm thinking with old man, I gotta grow a beard and wash a beard.
Even with the Colossus of Clout
Yeah.
thing. The Sultan
Yeah.
of SWAT, the Colossus of Clout. Babe Ruth. The Great Bambino. The King of Crash, man. What movie is that from, guys? Y'all better know that one. If we could play the sound bites, I would have that as a sound bite. What, you've never heard of the Sultan of SWAT? The Colossus of Clout? The Great Bambino. Easy one, Sandlot, exactly. I would definitely have that as a sound bite. If you guys could play sound bits. Yep, you're killing me, Smalls. That'd probably have to be another one. That's the most recognized line in movie history. You're killing me, Smalls. Did CCR ever record any Christmas songs? Does anybody know? You know, Phil?
No, I don't know.
You know, Creedence Clearwater Revival?
Nope.
They had some good ones. They recorded a Halloween song, but it probably wasn't meant to be a Halloween song. They recorded I Put a Spell on You. I just wonder if they ever did a Christmas, like any Christmas songs, like an album or... Everybody else did. Good afternoon, Taz Gaming. How's it going? Just picking up marshmallows. It's a marshmallow world, I hear. Doing good. Doing good. I had a dream one time that it was literally like I was in a marshmallow world. I must have seen like a Christmas commercial or something, but like it was kind of like Candy Lane feel. It was, you could eat everything. And there were Oreos, and the snow on the ground was like the Oreo cream filling.
Ooh.
Uh-huh. And the trees were made out of Oreos. And you know what? I think I got some Oreos somewhere here. Hang on. Where are they at? I do. I have some white fudge Oreos. I need to eat these. Found another snack. Woohoo! I think I got some regular fudge Oreos too somewhere. Dude, it was great. It was one of the best dreams I've ever had. You know, I've had dreams before of food. You know, I've been in Wonka's factory on more than one occasion, and you know, I've been at barbecues and stuff like that. But this one was like a winter wonderland, but it was all like yummy. It was good. Know what I'm eating for dessert after my pizza today? Oreos. If you've never had the white fudge covered Oreos, you're missing out. They come in a small box at Christmas time. They only come out at Christmas time. They don't release them all year. But they're good. It's like 100 calories per cookie, but they are good. Oh, so good. I have to have them every year now. And if you don't buy them right away, it's like that in the Christmas tree cakes. If you don't buy them when you see them, they'll be gone the next time you come around. Protein challenge is going good. We're getting close to 50,000 bales. We're not quite there yet. I think we're right around 48. I'd have to go and look in the XML. And right now we're trying to... Well, what we're trying to do right now, we're trying to get all these bales sold. And then we're going to sell our soybeans that we harvested over in that field last year. Trying to make some money. We want to buy some land. But we just seeded that in grass, so our bale counts are going to go up exponentially. So... funny, I can't think of the way the direction the baler or the rake's going to row the grass, but I can think of words like exponentially. That's a big one. And I'm full. You done over in that field now, Phil, or
Almost.
almost? Because there's plenty over here.
Shucks, really? There's more? I wouldn't have thought.
We might make enough to buy at least one field. Just with the bales.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really kind of want to start with those up there around 32, though. Uh, 18. And then probably 36, and then probably 31. I'll save 97 for last. Funny they didn't plant anything over here yet. Wonder if they're waiting for something specific. Because they had sugar beets over there. Yeah, it's past the time to plant sugar beets, so they're not planting sugar beets over there. I bet they end up planting like barley or canola or wheat or something. And then down the line, if we buy, you know what, 27s in potatoes, we could do 27. Because that would add to that big field up here. Plus we get grass already planted in 10.
How
much is that? Oh wow, that's $3 million.
Not cheap.
And this one's 2.1. Not cheap. Plus we'd have to do some landscaping up here. Probably should buy that one down there first. We'll have greens, beans, potatoes, tomatoes. We won't have lambs, turkeys, or chickens, but, you know.
One day maybe they'll add them.
Turkeys would be a good one. There's a lot of turkey farms.
Emus.
Yeah, emus. Alpacas.
Yeah.
Goats.
Yep.
We can make goat cheese and goat milk. I think my grandpa had goats when he was a farmer. I think he had goats. He had I know he had cattle. And then my other grandpa, he did, he had, animal-wise, I know he had hogs. Probably had some cows too. But they did more farming along the lines of row crop back in the day. And by back in the day, I mean like way back in the day. I know they did cotton. I think I remember my dad telling me they did sorghum. Of course, they called it sorghum. I think they did soybeans, corn, and wheat. And that was it. And it wasn't a massive... They didn't have a big farm. It wasn't like, like this, It wasn't at all to this degree. It was more of a... Of course, everybody was a farmer back then, so I think everybody had like a small farm. I think they had orchard stuff too. I'll have to ask my dad. Whoa. There's Trixie. What's up? Huh? And there she is. What's up, girl? Hmm? Did you get you a snack? There's a way to change the color of that thing. I don't know how. Of the garage apartment. There's a way to do it. I don't know how to do it though. I would have thought that there would have been a different color in here. See, there it is right there. I don't know how to change the color of it though. Wonder if the help menu, can you keep the help menu open in that? Change color. N and M is how you change the color. Oh yeah, look at that. There's a lot of options. Kind of like that rustic red. Or that red. Or that red. You can't do it white though. There's no white. Well, I guess everything else is white, so you wouldn't want the colors to clash. Huh, neat. I learned something new. Hi, Phil. Woo!
Hello.
I got back just in time.
What now?
I don't have a cup holder.
Maybe you just can't see it.
Got like a tray thing. I think that's outside though. Wait, is that it? Does it have like a cover over it? There's something round right there. That's gotta be it. It's gotta be like a cover that goes over that. Ooh. I hear a low-flying plane. Very low. That's gotta be it. It's got a little snack tray beside it, so. I know, right, Sandcamp? You can't sell a tractor without a cup holder these days. The value of it would just be nothing. Yeah, that's gotta be it. And go grab these off the road here. Oh. Yep. Yeah, that's the first thing you got to check out. You got to check out the cup holders, the AC vents, and the radio. Wait, where's the radio? Is that the radio? No, that's the temperature control. Where's the radio? Phil?
Yeah?
I don't think I have a radio.
You have to because you have speakers.
Maybe it's built into the screen up there. Yeah, I bet it's on the. I bet it's up there. I bet it's in that screen because it's got like buttons on the side. There's a home button. I bet it's built into that monitor. It's kind of like the radio on my truck. You know, that's the radio. It's built into a screen, and it's like a navigation map. It does the text messages. It's the radio. It does the other application stuff. All of that. I'm full. I gotta remember not to go to work tomorrow. I got a feeling that I'm gonna put on my scrubs and go to work. Yeah, Matt set a reminder on my phone. Well, we're about done with the bales, and it's 11 o'clock, so now we got to do is sell the soybeans.
Yeah?
Oh, are you kidding? Get in there. Nope, no. Oh.
If you would have just reset it, it would have picked it up.
Oh, you know what? I can do that. Hang on.
Yeah, that's.
There
I
you go.
did that earlier. I just hit reset and it picked it up.
That's smart thinking.
Yay, Matt sold that bale.
Yay. I haven't had orange soda in 2 weeks, Phil. Leave me alone.
All right.
You know what? Old man could have done that the other day.
Yeah.
He got one stuck like really bad in the corner over there. We could have just turned his trailer on and picked it right up. Sandcap says it's more fun to struggle, Phil.
No.
No.
No. Sorry.
The older you get, the more wrong that statement becomes. Because the older you get, the crankier you get. And the crankier you get, the more stress you put on your body. And the more stress you put on your body, the more years you knock off of your body. So you don't live as long. That's why I try to stay as chill as possible. Oh, well, yeah, I guess it does come around full circle. That he said the less amount of years you have to struggle in. that's a little
No.
that's a little dark. Oh. So you're saying I really need to probably get my affairs in order.
Mine are already in order. I'm good.
I don't know if mine are in order.
I got a will. I got everything set up.
I don't have a will.
Might want to do that.
Yeah, I might need to do something like that.
'Cause I don't know about where you is, but in Canada, if you don't have anything, the bank does it what it wants, and no thanks. I mean, what was it? It was only
Do you guys
I don't know, it
have?
wasn't that much.
Do you guys have prostate up there? Or not prostate? Was it probate?
Be honest, I don't know. I just know I have my will.
We have probate down here, and even if you have a will, it has to go through. Everything has to go through probate to see if you have any debt.
Oh,
Or-
yeah, we do have that, but
Stuff like that.
yeah, we do have that, but basically, I'm fine. My debt is just normal debt, which this house would pay off and no problem.
I have the house, and then I have whatever I have on my credit card that month, because my credit card I pay off every month.
Yeah, I just paid mine off yesterday. Wasn't too bad.
Whoa.
No.
Are you having fun, Phil?
Uh-huh. I found a fail. I actually flipped the JCB with the trailers somehow.
I went flying earlier. I was
I hit a
like,
bale just on the right spot and it just said nope. Night, night.
I was like, fly me to the moon. And then I was like, phew. I need to cash in like my rewards on my credit card. Cause like I pay my credit card off every month, and you know, everything that I had been paying cash for, almost everything, is done on the card now. You know, so when I go to the restaurant, I'm probably doing like the Apple Pay because I have my card tied in with that, and it's easier. You know, you pay on your phone, and then it's ready when you get there, and it's quicker, and you know, it's more convenient. But I pay my card off every month. And the thing is my card has rewards on it. It's one of those travel cards.
Yep.
And I've got, I think, 88,000 miles on it.
That's not bad. You can go some places.
So I guess I can go some places. Maybe my next vacation go somewhere. Yes, we do roll our fields. Well, here's what we do. We plow. When we start out, we plow the field up, cultivate it. We fertilize it, and then we fertilize it first, then we cultivate it, and then we seed it in grass, and then we regular roll the field, and then we seed the grass. Or no, wait, we seed the grass, then we regular roll the field. And by that point, it's double ferted and ready to go. After we mow it the next time, we grass roll it after that to put the second stage of fert back on and to kick it up into a middle growth state. Are you talking about when we grass roll it? What roller do we use when we grass roll it? I think that's what he's asking. We found these in the mod hub. These are the best ones. They're basically the in-game Dalbo ones. They're the in-game regular rollers. But they took the spike rollers off of them, so they're not regular rollers anymore. They put the smooth rollers on them to make them grass rollers. And you can make them any color you want. So I think we got a red one and a green one, and I think now a JCB yellow one somewhere. Whoa. There might be one more load down here.
Alright. Up.
Gnadenthal?
No, I disconnected from the trailer
Oh.
at full speed.
That was a sound of fear, not a sneeze. What? New heaters. They have new heaters. They're testing electric infrared wallpaper. That could be bad. Electric infrared wallpaper. I don't know about that one. That would be like living inside an oven, literally. Yeah, apparently those rollers were released early on, so make sure you go down to the bottom of the Grassland Care page. They're under Grassland Care. Not rollers. It's kind of confusing. Yeah, sounds like house fires coming our way, right? Or some really, really cooked people. I don't know about y'all, but I don't like the other white meat. There's some tribes on some islands somewhere maybe, but not here. No. Can you get a suntan from those? I don't know about a suntan, but I would think heat blisters might be a possibility. Boy, we are so close to having that one field. I kind of want to start with the other ones, though. And then get that one later.
Hey,
Huh?
just remember, you still have another 2 million worth in
Coming,
soybeans, plus another 3 million in loan if need be.
Yep. Yeah, we fixing to buy some stuff here soon. I'm gonna come back down just in case there's some left over.
Yeah, right.
Sunset, no regrets. First chance, last dance, stuck in the middle even. Yeah, not good enough. Tastes so sweet, it hurts a little. Yeah. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Not a very well-known band, but some good music. The Midnight. They're kind of a 80s synthesizer type band. Sunset and Los Angeles, I think, are their big ones. Oh yeah, if that sell point was a lot straighter, we could hook up maybe 3 or 4 or 5 trailers. Yeah, I don't know about 5, but maybe 3. Take this up north, grab that auger wagon, get it full. Let me know if there's any left over, I'll grab them.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, I gotta go get that maple leaf too. I'll do that after I get this filling. Because apparently we missed one at some point. Just the good old boys. Never meaning no harm. Beats all you ever saw. Been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. I guess we sold the rest of that wheat. Or yeah, soybeans. Soybeans is what we're gonna be selling. Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna come get that maple leaf before I forget about it again. Maybe I'll see some more along the way here. But it's just kind of randomly out in the field. I think it was on a poplar tree, I'll be honest. Wait, did I just see another one? No. No, mine's playing tricks on me. Let's see, there's not any there. So we found one up there one time. So here in this curve, right where this curve's at, it's kind of straight out here somewhere. Now watch, I won't be able to find it now. It's just kind of floating in the air. Somewhere out here, the maple leaves floating in the air. It's out here somewhere. I didn't already pick it up, did I? I don't think so. Probably got a better chance seeing it. Oh, there it is, right there. Right there. It must have been at the base of a tree. Let's see what number this is. Only 18 left. Hope we find them all. Alright. Was that the last of the bales?
Yepers.
Alrighty. Let's go sleep. And we'll go, let's go to 6. Run, Forrest, run, yep. From that day on, if I was going somewhere, I was running. Okay, 1772. 1869. And you said it's usually in June?
Yeah, but now I only do 1 day. I don't do 3 day seasons, so
No.
might want to just
Fast time from there.
maybe. I'm not sure.
2052 says it's going down, but let's see. Little fast time here. Yeah, it says it's going down. Still says June is the month, though. Maybe it'll go back up. 2048. 2046. Please go back up. It's falling.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Well, I don't want to sell it under 22. That's for sure. We got 3 days in June. Hopefully it'll go back up. See, now the top price says 2042. I'm just going to keep watching it. Hopefully it'll go back up. Okay, it stopped at... Well, the arrow went away, but it's still going down. Okay, now it's going back up. We'll just watch it. 2014, 2013. Come on, turn around, price, go up. $2014, okay, now it's going back up. For real though, I would build one of these garage apartments. This is awesome. Living space up top and your vehicle down below. 2024, 2025. Yeah, it's going up fast now. I would say we could sleep and probably be okay, but we'll just fast time. 2039. Yeah, apparently I'm married or I got a girlfriend or something here because there's some high heels over there.
Yeah, I know.
$2050, $2051, $2052. I think we'll be okay to sleep. Speed this process up a little bit. Yeah, 2098, it's still going up. I'll check it at noon again. Did this finish filling? Not yet. It's getting there. Alright, let's finish filling. 2150. Which one do you want, Phil? You want the truck or you want the auger cart?
I don't care.
You pick.
Nope.
2195. 2200, still going up. 2209. 2214. 2224. I'm glad we waited.
Yeah. The neat thing is it's showing its highest sell right now. You're actually above it right now.
The green went away. 2033, 2034, 2035. Let's sell it. Let's do it. It may go a little higher, but let's do it. All right, pick one, Phil.
Oh. See how much fun this is.
That's 76,000 liters there. And I got another 934 here. So do you want to make a loop, or do you want to... I don't know if you can back up with those Super Bees.
No, I don't think so.
Alright, I'll park where you can make a loop out here.
I don't know why it's so heavy.
It's in-game trailers. Wish I could fit this thing up in there, but I can't get it up in there.
Why am I not getting...
Oh, you may have to change, you have to change, like, each hopper's like a separate thing.
Yeah, it's making... Let's see.
See how much we make per hopper here. $39.3 per hopper. Not bad. I would have gotten the TLX trailers, but you can't tip those up in there. Guess I could get a second truck. There's not a lot of options when it comes to trailers, though. You got the pace setter. It only holds 40,800. The Load King only holds 51.8. This one holds 59.4, but doesn't this one tip up? The Crumpy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay. That did not show a picture. Ooh, here's some that hold more. These are by DJ. Is this a... Can you daisy chain these? I think these go together. Yeah, there's the lead trailer and there's the pull trailer. So you get 50,000 for this one and then 60,000 for that one. I think that's probably... Well, there's a pace setter that does 60,000. That one we could probably... would be easier because it backs up. Can't make it any more though. I'm worried about this one because of the weight. Will it weigh it down and then it won't hit that trigger? Because that's the problem that we had with this one, the Lizard Underbelly. This one has a giant shock in the back, and that's the problem with this one. Is the shock when we put grain in it and filled it up. It weighed it down so much that the trailer sunk down on that shock so bad that it wouldn't hit the trigger. Should I get another one?
It's your call. Question is, do you want to waste the it's more the money aspect.
Yeah, it's more money out. Well, I got 783,000 liters left.
Yeah.
We'd have to have a truck for it. Could get something like that. And just pull that with a tractor. I don't know if that... I don't think that tips up. I think it has... I think it has that belt inside it where it just opens the back and it dumps it. Really, that's all we can do with that? Not a lot of options with that. 69.5 for that. How much grain we got left? We got quite a bit left. I'm gonna go ahead and buy one. I'm gonna get one of those. I'll just leave it orange. Find a tractor up here. There's one. Whoop. Help is on the way. See, there's that border shadow flickering going on. You can really see it when I move the camera around. It's the only issue really with this map besides the mod, the underbelly not being able to dump in the sell point.
Yeah, I didn't have problems with that though.
You didn't have problems with the underbelly?
No.
When I filled it full of wheat, I couldn't sell it.
You kind of have to find the sweet spot.
Sweet spot?
Yeah.
Oh, look how that comes out of there. It comes out of there like straw. There's 2 million. I don't know if this is meant for beans or not.
Yeah.
Where's the in-game version of this one? It's a Quaco? Cowco. Maybe that's how you say it. Yeah, no, this is really not meant for beans. But it's working, so... Oh, we could have used a conveyor. I don't know if that would... I don't know, that'd be a slow process to do it with a conveyor, I think.
Yeah.
I'll probably end up selling this back.
You should have just leased it.
I should have just leased it, yeah. Well, it only cost us 8 grand. And we can get it done faster. Old man got his temperature down to 99. Let's go.
I'm curious if it's faster if you just do that.
I don't know.
I kind of feeling.
Cause you got to
Yeah.
switch. You got to switch between your hoppers, don't you?
Uh-huh.
We gotta find us another trailer.
Yeah. Because
Sandcamp says that
But-
TLX trailers you can change the dump height by dumping through the grain door. I feel like it takes longer to dump though. Doesn't it? We need something that can dump kind of like remember the old Crumpy? That's what we need, something like that. Something that doesn't tip up. Tell you what, Phil, I'm going to leave this here, and if you want to use that to sell, I'm going to take a break real quick, and then I'll be back.
okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright. So I'll probably end up selling those trailers over there.
Okay.
Let's see, we got 281,000 liters here. So you could probably back in with this one.
Probably, but you know.
I'm gonna try it. Let's try it.
Want me?
You just go ahead and go in like you normally would.
All right, and then you'll be at the other end, and then I gotta. Okay.
Now, whether or not you can fit under my spout, I don't know.
Well, that's science. All about the science here.
Yep, I'd say that'd work. Turn right. Oh, not that far. Oh,
Um,
come forward.
um,
There you go.
um,
Well,
no,
what?
nope.
No?
Right.
Forward. There you go.
See, the problem is, I can really see the problem.
Can you back up? There you go. Maybe I should stay down here.
There it is.
It's harder to back up with that articulated.
It's fine. It's just, if the auger wick, like, could go up higher, it'd be fine.
Yep. Well, I'll bring it down here so you can go lower.
Oh, and I get to back up more. Yay.
Yay. Dude, 3 million? Awesome.
I misjudged.
Got 116 left. You didn't even have to turn. Woo!
No.
61,000.
It looks like, what, two more?
One
full
more,
and then a partial.
and then a bit. Yep.
So another, probably just another 100 and something here, and then whatever.
Dazzle's Brush, thanks for the raid. Good morning. Got 6,634 liters.
I'm taking it.
You might get $5.
No, more than that.
Yeah, I told Phil about our project yesterday, our experiment. So 3.466. 3.481. So you got 14, almost 15 grand off of that little bit. That's not bad.
And I'm gonna take this.
Yeah.
Let's have me home.
Alright, so we're gonna buy some land. We're gonna buy some land. I heard old man wanted to do potatoes.
I did too.
I heard that. So I'm thinking that, you know, he might want to do some potatoes. He was delirious. I mean, his temperature was 102 degrees. So I mean,
know. I think he does want to do it.
I think he's that deep down, as you know, in his subconscious, he really wants to do some potatoes on Saturday. I'm not hearing a no.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier too, and he never said no. So
I'm not hearing a no from old man. He's probably typing he's got to wash his beard after he grows it.
but if it's bought before then, what
That's true. I have a beard to grow, yeah. Well, thank you again, Dazzles. Appreciate it. Let's see. So it looks like that field, the 36 and the 18 are the ones that are going to go first. So I'm going to get the 18 first. That's 2.2. And then I'm going to get the 36 next, because the corn will be after that. That's 1.4. I will have to take some loan. What do we got? 1.2. So I can get both of those. And then I think I'm going to wait on the corn till we get closer to harvest time for that one, because we'll have another round of silage bales to sell. Let me go to 1.5 there. And then I'm pretty sure these were both, yeah, they're both ready to go. They don't need herbicide or anything, so. Actually, you know what? That 96 field looks like it does have weeds in it, so we need to spray that. Alright, we are the proud owners of field 36 and 18. Yeah, it looks like that 96 has weeds in it. Oop, ran into the tank. Hope it's not past the point of no return.
oh, it's early stage.
Does it show you stages? Oh, it does, doesn't it? Okay. So they should be little
Baby ones.
little baby weeds. Yep, you can barely see them. Alright, so I will spray this with the herbicide. I'll get this herbicided. I need to probably start working on trees at some point. Get them cut down and cleared out. Because we've got several now. When we get the cornfield, we'll have more over there, so I might wait on those over there. But we do have some. We have those there, and then we got those down by field 89 that we bought. So we'll have a wheat harvest coming up. I may go ahead and get the wheat harvest done. It's funny, 18's in wheat, and it's like a growth state behind, so I have to harvest those on different months. But yeah, I may go ahead. I'm probably gonna go ahead and bale again because it's June 2nd, and we'll probably be able to sell some more bales around July. That'll give us another bump in the crop there, and yeah, we'll make more money. Sounds like a plan. The grass will be ready to mow again in July too, so. Alright. That's it. We got 4 minutes. What do you want to talk about for 4 minutes, Phil?
I don't know.
Well, actually, we just hit the 5-hour mark. Like, literally just hit it. So I guess we can go ahead and just probably close it out.
Yeah, because I gotta get ready to go.
Yeah, you gotta go, and then I gotta go get me some pizza. So, alright, guys. Well, that's the story here. Thank you guys for watching. We'll be back on Saturday, I guess. Maybe Wednesday. Again, the Wednesday streams kind of just, hit or miss. But probably Saturday, I'll be honest. It's probably going to be Saturday. I got some projects to do this week. I'm going to try to get some of them done tomorrow. And then we'll be back Saturday morning. So y'all have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and the rest of your Sunday. Always remember, you reap what you sow. It's Matt from the Green Arcade. Phil, thanks for joining.
No problem.
We will see y'all later. Have a good one.